All right, welcome to another Sunday Morning Miracles. As we go through, we are on chapter 14, section 3, called The Decision for Guiltlessness. I just want to start every call by introducing A Course in Miracles, because some people have never heard it, others have heard it and have not read it, or have read it or started reading it. It's just, it's challenging. It's dense sometimes. So we'll start by saying what the Course is not, because right in the beginning, A Course in Miracles, it says that it is not teaching the meaning of love. So literally, directly in the introduction of the Course, this is A Course in Miracles. It is a required course. Only the time you take it is voluntary. So this is a required course, meaning that it is not up to us to decide the curriculum of what we're doing here in this life, but how we decide to experience it, that's what's up to us. So which teacher will you listen to? And the Course teaches us that there's really just two of them to choose from. It's either the ego or the Holy Spirit. And both of them have altars. The altar of the ego is guilt, and the altar of the Holy Spirit is peace. And so whichever one you pray in front of, whichever one you hold in your heart, is how you will see the world. Samsara, welcome. So the introduction also says that this course, it's a required course. So the time that we take, that means we will take any time. It is up to us. It doesn't teach us the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be taught. It does aim to remove the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance. So this course is all about our awareness, all about our interpretations. Last week we spoke about how we don't react to situations, we react to the interpretations we have of a situation. And the last thing is, this course is not about adding more information, adding more concepts, adding more spiritual practices. The course is about unlearning what never served us. Because when we unlearn all those things, then truth can actually be remembered. And so all that we are, the extension of God, the love, the unconditional love, it exists inside, but under all the armors, under all the layers of the stories and the traumas that we carry. And so last week we reflected on what it means to be a happy learner. So if you missed that, check that recording out. It's the last one. The Course told us that the Holy Spirit teaches through contrast. That we begin to see the cost of guilt, the cost of attack, the cost of shame, grievances, and judgments. And when we no longer see the value in that, when we no longer are trying to, when we're no longer willing to pay the prices of what does not bring us peace, then joy will take its place. So it's a gentle reminder, and that we don't have to awaken through pain. We don't have to painfully awaken. We can joyfully awaken. And we don't have to punish ourselves or to be punished or to punish others in order to create transformation. In fact, the Course actually suggests and says that we're never meant to suffer in order to grow. That is the ego's way. The ego's way is for us to suffer in order to grow. The Holy Spirit's way is for us to have joy and to grow through joy, to remember through joy. And that's the path. That's the path that lightens us, shows us a way that we can see things differently. Are we willing to see things differently? So as we transition into today's section, and so thank you for those of you guys are committed to actually going through the entire chapter 14 and seeing what arises. And of course, I'm going to share my life experiences and things that are going on with me, which is directly, it's so perfect for the teachings of this chapter. You know, in the last couple of weeks, I've been mentioning about a business partner that it's just, I have a hard time with somebody that tells me they're going to call me back in 5 minutes and calls me back 2 hours later. I have a hard time with somebody that says they're going to do something and doesn't do it. Sometimes it seems to me like it's a flat out just lie. And, you know, it has been just so perfect, you know, the conditions of learning. I'm like, okay, well, am I here to learn or am I here to attack and judge and all of that? And then we went into the happy learner. And so as we get into today's section, the happy learner is really all about, the happy learner is about surrendering what is to the Holy Spirit so that it could be the light. You know, so that not to be more, like I said last week, not to become more spiritual or whatever. It's for us to have freedom. The entire course is about creating freedom and peace of mind in this moment. And so I'm really grateful for our calls here on Wednesdays and Sundays, because literally I bring myself to a place of true surrender before these calls, you know. And on other days, I'm like, I think I can sit in my stuff for a little bit longer. So we've arrived to today's section, which is the decision for guiltlessness. And this section brings everything into focus for me. Will I decide, will I make a decision to be guiltless, right? Not because I am deserving, but that guilt is actually not real. Oh no. The ego's like, what? Guilt is the weapon, is what the ego uses to keep us stuck in the past, to hold on to traumas and stories. The ego uses it to withhold joy, resist peace. So, you know, this decision for guiltlessness is not a reward for good behavior. You know, we sometimes think we have to earn our peace. So this decision for guiltlessness is not like, oh, I finally earned it. It is the truth of who you are. So, you know, back to my story this week of, you know, just this personal battle for myself. And the ego always wants to go to war whenever somebody is either not being their word or flat out lying, or just, you know, I can't tolerate. And, you know, in my mind, it's so crazy. Like sometimes I just see red, and when someone just keeps doing the behavior over and over, I'm like, how many times can this happen before I like really lose my shit and stand up for myself? But every time I remember, oh my God, okay, just pray. Okay, let's just do some prayer. So I've been praying a lot, you know, because I'm losing my peace a lot. And so what I heard, you know, I've been sharing what's been going on for the last couple of weeks, but what I heard in my mind was, He is your teacher. Will you see only His mistakes, or will you see His holiness? I'm like, and in that moment right there, it stopped. Like all the chaos and all the guilt and the shame and the attack and the judgments, it stopped. And just for the brief moments, I was like, oh man, I'm actually really grateful. I'm grateful for all the lessons. It's preparing me for something. There's something greater for me. So will I continue to see my brother in his mistakes, which is my interpretation of his mistakes, actually, not actually mistakes itself, or will I see the light? Will I see what the Course says, Christ consciousness, beyond people's words, beyond people's actions, to their soul? And then it was just like love and beauty, and that just kind of came for a little bit. And especially before this call here today, I was just like, okay, in any of these situations, I can choose to see myself as a victim, or I can see this person as a teacher. So it's a really good shift for all of us and for anyone that's listening that feels stuck in any sort of way. It could even be to a situation in your past, something that you're holding on to. Will I be a victim to this thing, to this situation, to actually my interpretation of this situation? Okay, I want us to just kind of begin. If we take nothing from today's call, let's add the word interpretation into anything that we see as almost like fact or truth. My interpretation of this thing is, my reaction is to my interpretation of this person or this event or this situation. Because it gives us just that little space that's not actually them, it's my interpretation of them. And instead of having this victim feeling that because this happened to me, I am behaving this way, or I'm losing my mind, or I'm attacking, I'm judging, and all of that. And then the cycle of attack happens. But if we say, I'm reacting to my interpretation of this thing, that means I am reacting to myself, and all I have to do is change my mind. And that gives us tremendous power. See, first, let's take back the power, because truly, if we understood our power, the whole game that we're playing is to recognize who we are, to remember who we are as God created us to be. So we're remembering that. And to remember that, we have to take back all the power that we've given away. We are the victims of all these things, of what he said, she said, he did not do, or she did and she did not do. Right? All of that. I'm reacting to my interpretation of those things. So at the end of the day, the question for us is, do we want to be right or do we want to be free? Because guilt demands justice. Traumas and stories demand us to be right, so we can stay in that place of victimhood. You know, there is a knowing in the Course and in our hearts to the truth. There is a knowing that is beyond the need to understand anything. There's a section in the Course, I don't remember where, but our need to try to understand and break everything down is our delay for homecoming. Like, I need to understand all of it. It's impossible. The only thing that we can know for sure inside that, we just have to trust the truth, like, in all of us, which is love. And so I think what I'm going to do here today is I'm actually going to start with the read. This read's a little bit longer here today, so I want to start with the read and then open it up for discussions, you know. And so opening up again with Marianne Williamson's A Year of Miracles. And let's see. Okay, here we go. Day 306 from Marianne Williamson. Giving to others is an act of self-love. Only what I do, I get to keep, and what I withhold shall be taken from me. Withholding my love is an act of self-betrayal, and giving to others is an act of self-love. Today I will not be focused solely on myself, for my salvation lies in loving others. May I not obsess about my own concerns when the concerns of so many others are greater. May I not be tempted to deny my good by denying it to others. It is neither codependent nor sacrificial to love others as I love myself. Rather, it is the hallmark of enlightenment. Today I seek to love more deeply than I have ever loved before, that I might know the joy of using my mind for the purpose it was created to serve. Yeah. It's a good one. Today I seek to love more deeply than I have ever loved before, that I might know the joy of using my mind for the purpose it was created to serve. Giving to others is an act of self-love. Love it. Okay. So, as we dive into today's section here, things to remember and to think about is, where are we still withholding from others? Where are we still holding this guilt and resentment and shame and judgment? We can all pick somebody in our minds as we start in this call that maybe they just said something wrong to us. Maybe they've broken their word. Maybe they've broken our trust. We can pick somebody in our mind, and as we hold this person in our mind, we're going to read and we're going to make the decision for guiltlessness. So who do we hold anything against? Like the smallest things. So just for a few seconds here, I'm going to allow you to just think about this person or this situation. And then also remembering that, so that we can make this decision easier for us, that we have decided guilt and shame and judgment off of the interpretation of this person or this event. We don't see it as is. Right? And it's not wrong, even if even in your mind you're thinking about the person that you're in intimate relationship with. You don't have to hold it to a stranger or coworker. You can actually take this exercise here today and think about just the little annoyances. Because our partners and the people that are closest to us will make the greatest teachers. So think about, what grievances am I still holding? Even the smallest things. Any loss of peace is equally disturbing to the mind. There is no order of which one disturbs my mind more or less. So as we think about that and we hold that image in our mind, like, why does she always have to do this? Why does he always have to do that? Right? Whatever it is that we hold. As we read this section here today, we're going to make the decision for guiltlessness. And we're going to allow this thing to transform as we remember the truth. Okay? The decision for guiltlessness. The happy learner cannot feel guilty about learning. This is so essential to learning that it should never be forgotten. The guiltless learner learns easily because his thoughts are free. Yet this entails the recognition that guilt is interference, not salvation, and serves no useful function at all. So guilt serves no useful function at all. It is an interference to our learning. Perhaps you are accustomed to using guiltlessness merely to offset the pain of guilt, and do not look upon it as having value in itself. You believe that guilt and guiltlessness are both of value, each representing an escape from what the other does not offer you. You do not want either alone, for without both, you do not see yourself as whole and therefore happy. Yet you are whole Only in your guiltlessness, and only in your guiltlessness can you be happy. There is no conflict here. To wish for guilt in any way, in any form, will lose appreciation of the value of your guiltlessness and push it from your sight. So guiltlessness and guilt cannot occupy together. They are two separate altars. Only one can exist in your mind at any given time. There is no compromise that you can make with guilt and escape the pain that only guiltlessness allays. Learning is living here as creating is being in heaven. Whenever the pain of guilt seems to attract you, remember that if you yield to it, you are deciding against your happiness and will not learn how to be happy. Say therefore to yourself gently, but with the conviction born of the love of God and his Son, what I experience, I make manifest. I will make manifest. If I am guiltless, I have nothing to fear. I choose to testify to the acceptance of the atonement, not to its rejection. I would accept my guiltlessness by making it manifest and sharing it. Let me bring the peace of God. Let me bring peace of God's Son from his Father. So each day, each hour, and each day, each hour and minute, even each second, you're deciding between the crucifixion and the resurrection, between the ego and the Holy Spirit. The ego is the choice for guilt. The Holy Spirit is the choice for guiltlessness. The power of decision, all that is yours. What you can decide between is fixed because there is no alternative except truth and illusion. And there is no overlap between them because they are opposites which cannot be reconciled and cannot both be true. You are guilty or guiltless, bound or free, unhappy or happy. The miracle teaches you that you have chosen guiltlessness, freedom, and joy. It is not a cause, but an effect. It is a natural result of choosing right, attesting to your happiness that comes from choosing to be free of guilt. Everyone you offer healing to returns it. Everyone you attack keeps it and cherishes it, holding it against you. Whether he does this or does not, or does it, whether he does this or does it not will make no difference. You will think he does. It is impossible to offer what you do not want without this penalty. The cost of giving is receiving. Ooh, that's a good one. The cost of giving is receiving. Either it is a penalty from which you suffer or the happy purchase of a treasure to hold dear. No penalty is ever asked of God's Son except by himself and of himself. So this whole idea of penalty and punishment was not asked of us. We can only give that to ourselves. And so I love that line, the cost of giving is receiving. As you give guilt, you will receive guilt. Even if this person is not actually holding anything against you, you will think that they are. That's the universal law of giving and receiving, of expansion, the expansion of ideas. And it's only expanding in your mind. Is it love or is it joy? I mean, is it love or is it pain that's going to be expanding in your mind? Every chance given him to heal is another opportunity to replace darkness with light and fear with love. If he refuses it, he binds himself to darkness because he did not choose to free his brother and enter light with him. By giving power to nothing, he throws away the joyous opportunity to learn that nothing has no power. And by not dispelling darkness, he became afraid of darkness and of light. The joy of learning that darkness has no power over the Son of God is the happy lesson of the Holy Spirit, and would have you teach with him. It is his joy to teach it, and it will be yours as well. The way to teach a simple lesson is merely this: guiltlessness is invulnerability. Therefore, make your invulnerability manifest to everyone. Teach him that whatever he may try to do to you, your perfect freedom from the belief that you can be harmed shows him that he is guiltless. Oh, that's a good one. So you go around and you show people that your freedom, your perfect freedom, and your love and your light cannot actually be harmed by them. This is our way to demonstrate and to teach guiltlessness. He can do nothing that can hurt you. And by refusing to allow him to think he can, you teach him that the atonement which you have accepted for yourself is also his. There is nothing to forgive. No one can hurt the Son of God. His guilt is wholly without cause, and being without cause cannot exist. Yeah, so guilt is an effect of something, but when there is no cause, there is no effect. God is the only cause, and guilt is not of him. Teach no one he can hurt you, for if you do, you teach yourself what is not. Teach no one he has hurt you. What? He has hurt you. For if you do, you teach that what is not of God has power over you. The causeless cannot be. Do not attest to it, and do not foster belief in it in any mind. Remember always that mind is one, and cause is one. You will learn communication with this oneness only when you learn to deny the causeless, and accept the cause of God as yours. So, I love how the Course uses the same word over and over and over again in one paragraph. So, cause and effect, law of cause and effect, what comes before, what comes after. If God is the cause, that means all things, if we believe God is the cause and we are, this vessel in between, then everything that is as an effect is of God, which is love and light and the compassion and generosity and all of that, right? And guilt itself really has no cause, unless we believe we are the cause. So now we put ourselves. This is the part in the Course of the authority problem, right? We think we are the cause. It comes here from us. We can be the decision maker, but we really can't. So you guys can start to see that. I always say that our only problem is our disconnection from God. Or we can call it our placement of God, right? God is the cause, not us. But when we step into that, we're the cause. That means I can make the decisions. And based on how I feel, my attack, my guilt, I create more of it. I'm the one that's the beginning. I am the beginning. Versus God is the beginning. Right? So if you put God in the right place and God, accept the cause of God as yours, right, then all that does not have, it says the causeless cannot be. So the guilt does not come from God. That means the effect of guilt is an illusion. So whenever we attack people, we have put ourselves on the throne. And we've decided what the cause is. And then we create the effect. And then our minds are so crazy, it's so insane. This is why simplicity is complex for a twisted mind. Our twisted mind goes into, oh, well, I'm the cause of it, so I'm the one that creates it. I choose guilt first. And then I experience the attack and all the things from my brothers. And then I flip it around and say they're the cause of it, and now I'm at the effect of them. So the insanity of our minds is that we're confusing cause and effect constantly. So just imagine us just kind of tumbling, going back and forth with this cause and effect and not understanding at all. The way out is to direct up to spirit, to God. Oh, cause is up there. Now that I keep God on my mind and I keep love on my mind, I just stop tumbling in circles. I stop rolling around and hitting all the, trying to figure it out, trying to understand it all. Everything in this world cannot actually be understood because everything is in duality. So you can never actually find one truth about anything. We can say that, our bodies do this and we need to take this and this in order to be healthy and all of that. And then we can 100% find something that's evidence for the opposite. There's literally nothing in this world that can give us the answers that will satisfy us forever. The only place that we can find that is in God. Is in our connection. This is not a religious conversation. This is a conversation of, do you want peace and freedom in your life or not? Get yourself out of the way. The power that God has given to his Son is his, and nothing else his Son sees or chooses to look upon without imposing on himself the penalty of guilt in place of all the happy teachings the Holy Spirit would gladly offer him. So you have a choice. This is that back in the beginning again. This is a required course. Only the time that you take is optional, is voluntary. Whenever you choose to make the decision for yourself, you are thinking destructively, and the decision will be wrong. It will hurt you because the concept of the decision that led to it. It is not true that you can make decisions by yourself or for yourself alone. No thought of God's Son can be separated or isolated in its effects. Every decision is made for the whole sonship, directed in and out, and influencing a constellation larger than anything you ever dreamed of. Those who accept the atonement are invulnerable. You accept the undoing of your illusions, of the ego. You are invulnerable. But those who believe they are guilty will respond to guilt because they think it is salvation and will not choose to see and side with it. They believe that increasing guilt is self-protection, and they will fail to understand the simple fact that what they do not want must hurt them. All this arises because they do not believe that they want, because they do not believe that what they want is good. Yet will was given them because it is holy and will bring them all that they need, coming as naturally as peace that knows no limits. There is nothing their will fails to protect that offers them anything of value. Yet because they do not understand their will, the Holy Spirit quietly understands it for them and gives them what they want without effort, strain, or the impossible burden of deciding what they want and need alone. You are not alone. That's what the Course is telling us, that there's a moment in our lives that we choose that Spirit and God will walk with us. And from that moment on, there's nothing that we can't accomplish. There's no pain that we cannot overcome. There's no place in our life that feels too far gone. It will never happen. It will never happen that you must make decisions for yourself. You are not bereft to help, and help that knows the answer. Would you be content with little, which is all that you alone can offer yourself, when he who gives you everything will simply offer it to you? He will never ask what you have done to make you worthy of the gift of God. Ask it is not therefore of yourself. Instead, accept his answer, for he knows that you are worthy of everything God wills for you. Do not try to escape the gift of God he is so freely and gladly offers you. He offers you but what God gave him for you. You need not decide whether or not you are deserving of it. God knows you are. Would you deny the truth of God's decision and place your pitiful appraisal of yourself in place of his calm and unswerving value of his Son? Nothing can shake God's conviction of the perfect purity of everything that he created, for it is wholly pure. Do not decide against it, for being of him, it must be true. Peace abides in every mind that quietly accepts the plan God set for the atonement, relinquishing his own. You know not of salvation, for you do not understand it. Make no decision about what it is or where it lies, but ask the Holy Spirit everything, and leave all decisions to his gentle counsel. So there's no way that we know all the answers, right? This is what the Course is telling us. You don't know all the answers. And you're never going to know how all of it works out. The what do they call it? The constellation, right? How big it is. We could never fathom it. We could never dream of it. So then, let's just give it all over to the Holy Spirit. This is what the Course is telling us. You don't need to make a decision about anything. Just leave all the decisions up for the Holy Spirit to do for you. The one who knows the plan of God, that God will have you follow, can teach you what it is. Only his wisdom is capable of guiding you to follow it. Every decision you undertake alone but signifies that you would define what salvation is and what you would be saved from. The Holy Spirit knows that all salvation is escape from guilt. We don't know that. We think our salvation lies in giving guilt. We think our salvation lies, our salvation, or you can say safety. Our safety lies in the boundaries. Our safety lies in protecting ourselves and attacking others first. You have no other enemy. And against the strange distortion of the purity of Son of God, the Holy Spirit is your only friend. He is the strong protector of the innocence that sets you free. And it is his decision to undo everything that would obscure your innocence from your unclouded mind. So the Holy Spirit's only job here is to undo all the things that we've created, all the armor that we've put on, all the stories and all the spiritual information and anything else that we've picked up along the way, thinking that is us, but that is not us. Let him therefore be the only guide that you would follow to salvation. So this is, I love the Course, because the Course is not asking us to follow any religious leaders or anything out there. The Course is saying, you find the Holy Spirit in you. You find the voice. You find the guide in you. And that will be your only guide that you follow to salvation. So the entire book is about understanding the two teachers that we choose to give our allegiance to. There are only two. And you will do it all the time, every day, every hour, every minute, every second. You're making the choice between the two teachers. So we just have to choose the Holy Spirit to guide us. And the whole book of A Course in Miracles is making the distinction for us. Is it the ego or is it the Holy Spirit? And that's why you can jump into any section of the Course and be like, wow, that was really powerful. That was exactly what I needed to hear. Because it is always God or the ego. God or the ego. And as we're making the decision for the guiltlessness, it's making that comparison again. It is showing us the two choices that we have. Seek not to Let him therefore be the only guide that you would follow to salvation. He knows the way and leads you gladly on it. With him you will not fail to learn what God wills for you is your will. Without his guidance, you will think that you know alone and will decide against your peace as surely as you decided that salvation lay in you alone. Salvation is of him who God gave for you. He has not forgotten it. Forget him not, and he will make every decision for you, and your salvation and peace of God is in you. Seek not to appraise the worth of God's Son, who him created so holy. For to do so is to evaluate his Father and judge against him. So there's a part in the course that says, when you judge and attack a brother, you're actually judging and attacking God himself. And you will feel guilty for this imagined crime, which no one in this world or heaven could possibly commit. The Holy Spirit teaches you that the sin, quote unquote, of self-replacement on the throne of God is not a source of guilt. What cannot happen can have no effects to fear. Be quiet in your faith in him who loves you and will lead you out of insanity. Madness may be your choice, but not your reality. Never forget that the love of God who has remembered you. For it is quite impossible that he could ever let his Son drop from the loving mind wherein he was created, and where his abode was fixed in peace, perfect peace forever. Say to the Holy Spirit only, decide for me, and it is done. Decide for me, and it is done. For his decisions are reflections of what God knows about you, and in this light, error of any kind becomes impossible. Why would you struggle so frantically to anticipate all you cannot know when all knowledge lies behind every decision the Holy Spirit makes for you? Learn of his wisdom and his love, and teach his answers to everyone who struggles in the dark. For you decide for them and for yourself. How gracious it is to decide all things through him whose equal love is given equally to all alike. He leaves you no one outside you, and so he gives you what is yours, because your Father would have you share it with him. In everything, be led by him and do not reconsider. Trust him to answer quickly, surely, and with love for everyone who will be touched in any way by the decision, and everyone will be. Would you take onto yourself the sole responsibility for deciding what can bring only good to everyone? Would you know this? Can you do this? You taught yourself the most unnatural habit of not communicating with your Creator. Yet you remain in close communication with him and with everything that is within him as it is within yourself. Unlearn isolation through his loving guidance and learn of all the happy communication that you have thrown away but could not lose. I love that the Course always says, you're throwing it away, but you can't lose it. You're not connecting with God, but God is still there in you, Whether you're in doubt what you should do, think of his presence in you and tell yourself this and only this. He leadeth me and knows the way which I know not. Yet he will never keep from me what he would have me learn. And so I trust him to communicate to me all he knows for me. Then let him teach you quietly how to perceive your guiltlessness, which is already there. So the entire section can be summed up with saying to the Holy Spirit, decide for me, and it is done. And the line, would you take onto yourself the sole responsibility for deciding what can bring only good to everyone? When we think about that itself, we're like, man, that is crazy that I think I know what's best for owning everyone. Okay, so that was a long section. That's why I wanted to start by reading that. And, as I read that personally, I just felt, I I think about the last couple of weeks where I've lost my mind and I've lost my peace. And there is kind of like, for me, because of how much I've practiced and studied A Course in Miracles, is some guilt around that. You know, my own conversation of how far I thought I've come and only to not have gone that far. And so that's the ego just being all crazy with us. You know, the ego makes us beat ourselves up when we don't meet our own expectations of others, which is crazy. And so in this session, not only am I giving up my interpretation of the situation itself, but I'm also giving up my interpretation of my own behaviors, my own reactions. You know, if you keep any of it, this is what the Course says. The Course says you cannot give partially over to the Holy Spirit. You either give all or not at all. To give only partial is what the ego's game plan is. Right? Like, we only give partial. Like, yeah, this part I give to God. I understand love over here. But you know what? I'm still going to hold my illusions here. You cannot release all illusions if you choose to keep some. Keeping any illusion will cause confusion in your mind, which is exactly what the ego wants. The ego does not care if you choose the ego or God, as long as you are choosing. And God doesn't battle the ego because God doesn't even see the ego as an existence. Because it's an illusion. So we're kind of the only crazy ones going here. But God sent the Holy Spirit to us, which knows truth and also sees our insanity. So can gently just keep guiding us back. But we can only be guided back through willingness. Even if we have so much armor on and we've just gone through so much in our lives and have no idea how to get out of this situation, the little bit of willingness to pray and give it over and say, God, choose for me. Decide for me. That creates a little crack in the armor. And even the smallest crack in the armor allows light to flow through. And so we all carry a lot of stories and we all carry a lot of things that we make up. We made it all up, actually. We made all of our experiences and our past and all our stories, all of our righteousness that we have about anything, we've made it all up. And in order for us to attain joy and peace, we must be willing to give. Actually, we just have to make a decision to give it all up. The entire thing. From the moment I thought something happened to me, I was neglected, someone wronged me, somebody attacked me, whatever it is. From that moment on, and every single story that follows that, you can't just give up a piece of it. You have to give up the entire thing. Oh, but I already told everyone, I've already behaved like this, and everybody sees me this way and that way. Okay. You have to give the entire thing up. You keep any of it, and you keep the entire thing alive. So if you want to heal, it's the decision for guiltlessness. The decision to take the entire thing, all of it, and let the Holy Spirit decide for us. Okay, I feel better. How's everybody feeling? Anybody want to share anything? Anything coming up for anyone? Let's see. Keep your peace, but don't partner with this person anymore once the project is complete. So we're still holding on to some of it, right? Like some of it we still want to hold on to. Any guilt any place that you are unwilling to release this person, right? I mean, it's not wrong. And it's okay to create a boundary to say, I'm not going to partner with this person ever again. That is completely fine. But in your mind, you have to be able to release this person from the past version of that person. Because as you don't, you will hold yourself to the past. You're holding your own consciousness to a past version of someone or something, and you stay there with that person. So you're not allowing them to keep triggering you. You're allowing your interpretation of them to keep triggering you. Remember, this is about taking our power back, right? They can't trigger us. And I use this example all the time. Your picture has a pink shirt on. I'm like, Brooke, why are you wearing this ugly green shirt to our call here? Why is that on your picture? I don't think you should be wearing this green shirt. Now, you could be like, damn, every time that I get around Alex, he triggers me because he just says my shirt is green when it is clearly pink. It's just, it's to a degree, right? Whatever it is. Or you're like, okay. I'm wearing a pink shirt. He thinks it's green. I don't need to think anything of it. Right? That sounds easy for us to let go of. So it's just all to the degrees of our interpretation of what is going to trigger us and what is poking at the soft spots. For me, it just happens to be, I've spoken so much about you want to change your life, be your word, be on time. And because I hold that as a truth, now I use it as a weapon to be triggered, to attack. And so I must practice right now giving that whole thing over. There's value in me saying that, right? For me. Not that it's even the truth. To change your life, be your word. What is that? That's a concept. Maybe some people need to change their lives by being a little more flexible. I don't know. Right? So, but that whole confusion around all of it, let me just give the entire thing over. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's because we've also now, if we go deeper than that, Brooke, I got investors and money is involved now. Okay. So now we've made money more important than our own mindset. We create hierarchies of things. This is what the Course says. The hierarchy of stuff is this like righteousness that we have. Oh, well, you messing with this thing now. You're just talking about my shirt. It's okay. But once you get here, then it's not okay. So we've made meaning out of something else that really has no meaning. If we're on our deathbed, ready to leave this body, leave this life, then who the fuck cares about money? But when we're younger, and where we are now, we're like, oh, no, money matters and all this stuff matters. But when you're about to leave, none of that is really even a thing. Really, your peace of mind on the way out is the thing. And so it's in the moment, you just have to ask yourself, do I really want to have peace right now? Or do I just want to be more invested into the world and all the things of the world? And if I want to be invested in the world, that's okay too. Right? But I just have to choose things that are more joyful and exciting for me. Because I'm dictating my own experience here in this worldly place. Peace and joy are the prerequisites for heaven. Think about our life. We get to a point where we are on a deathbed and that's it. And we are on our way out. Everything along the way in our life was preparing us to be joyfully or peacefully leave, or will we struggle and fight? I've seen my grandfather, before he passed, he was struggling to leave. He did not want to leave. And it was just such a struggle. And so we're preparing ourselves now. With every situation that life puts in front of us is an opportunity for us to practice that moment. And then we will also need to prepare ourselves for when others and things leave us. Babesky.
Okay, so I have a question and a consideration. Consideration for accountability in your particular example. Like, yes, as a person, when something happens to me, then I can do my work to get off of it and to find forgiveness and all of that. But as an accountable person, a person who is accountable for many, whether those are my investors or my family or the people who rely on me because they can't, because it is not on them, because I am the sole person accountable, then I think that you have to, like, while yes, you can restore your peace, you also have to make decisions that are in the best integrity for the future of you who you are accountable to.
Hmm. Yeah. So again, that also comes down to this made up responsibility we have of other people's happiness, livelihood, awakening, whatever it is, financials, you know? So we make ourselves like, oh, we're the ones, we're making ourselves accountable for other people's well being, right? And yes, in this plane, we can say a baby and a child and all that we are responsible. But that's really, at the end of the day, when we look at a big macro picture, we aren't actually even responsible for that. They have their own path and their own curriculum. Life will put them in places that will teach them and have whatever is meant to show up. And really, the only thing that exists is love behind all of it. And I know that the ego mind wants to go back to examples of this world. But again, this world will give you no satisfaction because there's no like right answer. You can't say, oh man, if I was just my word every time, I would always be happy. False. Oh man, okay, then what? What concept can I use to give me the always? Nothing. So we don't really actually know, but we make this decision like we know what needs to happen for the best and well-being of all. And this is what this chapter in this section it said to us. Like, could you even imagine? Hold on, let me go back to it and read the exact words. Would you take onto yourself the sole responsibility for deciding what could bring only good to everyone? How would you know this? So we are now going into attack and withholding love and projecting guilt. Now it's not only for my mind, but now I'm dragging other people into it. It's for the good of everyone. And we have no clue if that's good for everyone or not. And that's the humility that we have to come to in order for us to truly lay this in front of God. So yeah, go ahead.
What I get in that is that, like, I mean, I don't know what's good for everybody, but I can very blatantly, obviously, see what's bad for a lot of people.
So you
And, like,
think.
as an accountable person, I have to use my discernment
Yeah.
to judge, and decide, is this the experience I want in my life? Is this the experience I want in my company? Is this the culture I want in my space? Like, it's discernment that has me to dictate, is this a person that's gonna be around my children?
Mm-hmm. So,
like, I can, of course, miracles and say, yeah, there's absolutely a beautiful and good space in there in them, and I'm here to teach them. But, like, also, no, that person's not going to be around my child. I don't want them influencing my children.
yeah. So also nothing wrong with all that, right? I mean, yes, you can choose that, but at the end of the day, the course is only talking about you and your mind and your peace. If you choose good and bad, that means you will look upon the world for all the bad. Okay, just think about it. If your child cannot experience, will experience everything that you experience, So you're like, I want this child to be full of love and all of that. But I'm out there in the world looking for all the bad to protect my child for all the bad. What do you think expands into the space of the collective consciousness between you and the child? The experience will not be of love. It will be of bad things, of the world. And then that's what they will see. And then they will create, and they will see through the lens of bad. Of, oh my God, that's not safe. This is not safe. This is not what I want around me. So this is why the ego speaks louder. When we choose good or bad, we will actually choose bad more often. You think about something long enough because the world will continue to show you there is danger, there is danger, there is danger, there is danger. And it will grow. That will grow and infect everything else. So to actually presently choose, it's not even about choosing good or bad. It's about giving the choice over to the Holy Spirit. I don't really know. In that I don't really know, we are free of having to make that choice. Do we want to be free? Do we want the culture around us to be free and light and love and the remembrance of our God self? Or do we want to be in this ego battle every single day of what's good and what's bad and just be in this loop? So nothing wrong with either of what we just shared. You have your perspective, I have my perspective. Both are perspectives. One will lead to more conflict. The other one will lead to less conflict. So that will be your choice, is do I want more conflict in my life or not? Because if I'm trying to create a culture of harmony and joy and fun and peace, then don't I have to focus more on that, because that's what's going to grow? But if I'm focused on, oh, I got to keep all the bad out, anybody that does this equals bad, my focus on that will grow and grow and grow, and my mind will be filled with more of that than the fun, joy, and peace and all that. So, this is the awakening of A Course in Miracles, is to kind of get us to that understanding that all the stuff in the world here today, they're really meaningless illusions that we've given meaning to. God is the cause. See, we right now, even in this conversation, we're like, no, God, I will sit on the throne and decide what is good for me, what's good for my kids, what's good for my future. I'm on the throne here, God. You made a mistake, okay? Otherwise, there's not all this shit that would have happened here. So you move over, I will sit here. Now, that sitting in that throne where you don't belong will just create a lot of challenges for you. And it's at the end of the day, is that what you want? Or do you want peace and freedom? If you want peace and freedom, then get off the throne and let God sit there and let God make the decisions for us. All of our loss of peace is our disconnection to God. That's it. Nicole.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. All right. So you brought up children, so I will chime in because life just threw me a huge curveball last night. So 3 years ago, my husband just walked out of our marriage and left me with two very small children. They were just two kids in diapers, bottles at the time, and moved to Hawaii. And I've tried over the years to keep him, in the kids' lives and keep contact with him. Well, 3 weeks ago, I had spinal surgery, and so I needed his help. And asked him to come back from Hawaii and take the kids. And then last night he shows up at the house and just says that, he's decided that he wants to stay, which is great. Great that he misses the kids. He wants to be in their life again, and can he come back? And it's just like, I'm just so been up all night, just like, so there's just so much there. It's like I want to hold him as you're the one who walked out, and
Now I've raised the kids by myself, and how dare you just walk back into our lives after 3 years, and
Hmm.
fear, and is that what's best for them, and the youngest one isn't close. There's just so much there, right? And I'm just it's just totally through my whole my whole world for a loop, because I was okay with him coming every quarter and taking him for 2 weeks and getting a break for the last 3 years, but him coming back, that's just a whole nother, having to share my kids and all of that. So definitely trying to get off the throne and trust that that it's not my choice anyways, and who am I to say that that's, I don't know, not what's best for them, or that they're not safe in his care. I don't know. It's just that's a hard thing. I mean, investor money, that's a big deal, but your kids, that's like a whole nother, man, it's just a whole nother space.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, and then we're just going like deeper and deeper into where we can hold our righteousness, like, wait, first is the shirt, right? It's like, okay, well, who cares about the shirt? Then at some point we get to the money, right? And so let me just answer Brooke's message right there first about, okay, Mr. Investor, I lost all your money, but I'm going to keep my peace. Well, how do you keep your peace? Right? So for me, there was a moment where I thought I was going to lose some investors' money. You know how I keep my peace? I'm like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a fund and give them a certain percentage of the fund and continue to work for them to make their money back and give them, whatever pieces that I have. I can have peace around that because I know it's not over. Yes, we lost it in this deal, but I'm not losing. And as long as I'm doing that, that brings me peace. Now, some people might be like, no, just fuck off. And then that's peace for them. Who knows? Right? But the question always is for us, like, do we have our peace? And then Nicole, for you, that's really challenging, right? But can we allow spirit to decide that for us, right? It's a very heavy thing. It's like, man, I'm holding on to all this. You left me during this time, and there's a lot of righteousness to be angry. But then there's also I want the kids to have them in their lives, but which one is it? Right? Because can you choose? You'll know if you choose from fear, because your experience in your body is confusion and conflict. If you choose from love, all we're doing, all the happy learner is telling us in the last section is, can we give up what this situation is over to the Holy Spirit? I'm trying to find a line in the last section. But you're not asked to make meaning out of a lot of these things, right? So we keep justifying our pain, and we keep trying to explain our traumas away and refighting it. But all we're being asked to do is release that our guilt has any meaning. This is what this decision for guiltlessness is. So as we were reading this section, and you can hold him in your mind, and we can even like reverse and go back, like holding him in your mind, like, okay, my decision for guiltlessness around this person. You're either going to feel God and get to know God better through this situation, or you're going to get to know the ego better. And the Course says either one is fine. One of them is going to be a painful awakening. The other one is going to be a joyful awakening. And hold on. Dang it, I can't find what I wrote about the happy learner. So anyways, hopefully that kind of helps, but I know it's really hard, but the solution is prayer. Okay, like you're asking for peace, not for this situation to be any different way, because you have no idea, right? You're like, oh, I just got back surgery. It'd be nice if he came and took care of the kids and helped me out. He comes back and is going to full blown help you out. Like, oh my God, wait, that's too much. And, so what do we actually want? It's like what we wanted happened, but then it's too much. It's not exactly how we want it because the fear shows up. So the prayer is for the Holy Spirit to make the decision for you. And we opened up today's call with, um, will you only see his mistakes or will you see his holiness? So that's, can contemplate on that one as life is throwing you an awesome opportunity to really learn. So yeah. Learning is joyous if it leads you along your natural path. So you're walking down a natural path. Can you have joy doing it? Are you willing to meet this curriculum right now, to meet this opportunity with love? What up, Adam? Drop some
What up,
dime.
G? How's it going, everybody? Sending love and blessings and
Yeah.
loving all the backgrounds that are there, especially you, Jess Electric, with the sparking chihuahua. I just get love it every time. I just want to say thank you, Alex, for the conversation today. And thank you to all of you who have courageously stepped in and shared what's going on. Each one of those things lands for me. Like, what if my clients, my investors, children situation and co-parenting and all the things like that lands. And so just holding that in the energy of light and love for the highest good for everyone involved. And in my listening, Alex, if I may share, I've been noticing in my own thoughts, behaviors, and actions, and energies, and feelings, and all that makes up Adam, that when I make a choice of a client, investor, parenting situation, any of it, this is why like it called for me to share, and I'm choosing the initial communication, the initial choice to be in the relationship, the initial choice to be in partnership as an investor or employee, business partner, whatever it may be, right? If I'm coming from something less than wholeness and completeness and one with source and equanimity, that particular choice is going to have in some of the teachings that I follow karma.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to show me like you just shared, Alex, in my listening. I heard you say one of the choices is going to be joyful and abundant, loving, and the other one's going to be whatever it's going to be, filled with something distinct from that. And I've been noticing that when I can be in a space and give myself whatever I need to settle before just jumping in and making a choice from this needs to be done. What would they think about it if I don't? Or if I don't do this, then what's going to happen financially? Or if I don't parent this particular way and hold my boundaries, what's going to happen? Like all that kind of stuff. And I start to choose and act from if I don't do this, then this will happen. Kind of what you were saying earlier with love about like keeping out the bad.
Mm-hmm.
I can literally tune into almost every thread and observe and witness. Oh, wow, look at that. That's exactly why that's happening. This is exactly why this is bringing up this beautiful experience that doesn't feel so fucking beautiful at the time, perhaps, but at the end of the day, like the awarenesses that come from either one of those choices, and then that non-dualistic way of like, is there actually an ego? Can I actually choose from ego? Because this is all for me, for God. And
Mm-hmm.
so I just wanted to share that that's been coming up for me listening and over the last several weeks and just finding spaces to go from that shift from I have to do this or this will happen, from what an amazing opportunity it is for me to just take this next step. Because I'm looking at Kathy Edmonds' picture of the mountain. I have a habit of being at the like looking at like I need to be at the top of the mountain, and the journey from where I'm starting at base camp to the top of the mountain takes a lot of fucking effort. And do I have what it takes? And what if I mess up? And what if I go the wrong way? Or, why even start? Because can I even maintain once I get there, can I even hold that beauty, that energy that God and or goddess and all of it, it's the divine, the universe is gifting to me.
Yeah.
And so, like, just step by step, tuning in with myself and asking myself the closest that I can find to that connection of truth, true I, before making any of the choices. And I just also want to give thanks to Brooke for that share of like, well, when it's my investor, like that's what it needs to be, like a stand. But like, I actually what brought that came up for me as well. If I don't do this, what will they think? What will my reputation be, and all these kind of things? And I was just in my own process over here, from where I'm calling from, just being like, wow, isn't that interesting? Look at where I care so much about what other people think from my own projection of what I think that they're going to think.
Mm.
Not from a place of like wholeness or anything like that. So I just want to give thanks. It's huge aware. I haven't been on the call for a long time.
Mm.
It's wonderful to tune back in with you on this beautiful day
Yeah.
and to see these teachings.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And as you were sharing that too, it just sometimes especially when it's presented into the space, like kind of hard truths, right? Like, and I'm saying truth with like lowercase t. Like, no, it has to be this way. No, well, that's really messed up. And no, like what, like those places where we are hard, and I find myself hardened as well into the teachings of the course, but it's about softening all of it. Even this like, no, this is the way is to give everything to the Holy Spirit. Like, we just need to soften all of us. Nicole, you have this hardness about your about your ex that came back into the space. Like there's a no, this is what happened. Like the story, there's a hard truth about all the things, and each one of us holds hard truths. And the course says, no, it's not about being perfect students, right? Like God and Jesus and Holy Spirit speaks to us. Not like we're perfect students, but that because we are even here having this discussion, we are the willing ones. We are willing to explore deeper. We are willing to allow spirit to enter. We have a willingness just by being here. And, the happy learner is someone that accepts the curriculum, the classroom that they are in right now. I don't need it to be anything different. So first I accept this classroom. So whatever that looks like for you, maybe it's an investor, maybe it's your ex, maybe it's having kids, maybe it's a dog, whatever it is. I accept the classroom that I'm in, and I am willing. I'm a willing student, and I'm willing to let spirit reinterpret every single situation and decision. Not because I'm looking for an answer, not because I want to understand the situation, not because I want to be smarter, better, more spiritual, more whatever, but because I want to be free. That is why we're here, and it's not about being right. It's not about being a better student or a worse student. It's just about becoming softer on the places where we stand like it's life or death. So thank you guys for, and it's so important to share on these calls, like where you take your stance, because it's a beautiful co-creation together. As Love was willing to share her stance, Michelle was like, yeah, I'm with Love on that one. And it's just beautiful lessons for us all to just go in and have this conversation together. And Samsara.
Hi.
Hi.
Um, wow, this has been great. Right now I'm trying to do like multiple things at once. I'm like getting ready to work a retreat for like the next 2 weeks. I'm like finishing cleaning this Airbnb. But I've been listening to you guys in the background, and it's been so grounding just with all of this like resurgence of energy this Gemini season. Um, but yeah, I want peace and some of the things that were mentioned today on this call. That I do Vedic astrology readings, and right now my assignment has been with my teacher to study Vedic charts of polarizing people. So I decided to study Malcolm X. And oh my God, it has been a portal going down that rabbit hole. And we know who he is and what he represents archetypally in history, what he's done for the civil rights movement, in combination with what Martin Luther King has done. Like, if it wasn't for their type of work, I don't think we would have managed to have the equity or what we're striving for, the dream today. But Malcolm X, he used to kind of trigger me. I know that he's an important figure, but man, he used to say some very polarizing things, and I didn't agree with how he delivered some of his stuff. But you got to think back to like the 1950s and the 1960s, where they had to almost like build up that collective ego in order for them to stand up for themselves. So I had to put myself in that position, but I didn't realize his whole life arc and his story. And how does peace play into this? He was born with a karmic blueprint that was, very troubling. He ended up being a criminal in his younger age, and he was involved in a lot of crime and was involved with drugs. Then he went to prison, and then in prison, in his intense dark night of the soul, he met someone there that introduced him to Islam, specifically the organization of the Nation of Islam, and yet that's how he found God, right? And then he became very dogmatic at that point and was a part of Nation of Islam as a way to like speak up and uplift the black man and black people, right? Because they acknowledge them. They view them as like that they are divine beings, right? Because that wasn't how it was in history before. And then his arc is even crazier because he started not agreeing with some of the people that were in Nation of Islam because they were hypocritical in some of their actions. And then he started saying things about them. And it's like he didn't have peace in himself. I look at his chart and he's just like, he has Scorpio and Aries. So it's like he's drawn to intensity. But it's important that he had to take that path. But it wasn't until he made a pilgrimage to Mecca and he found that he was at peace, praying to the same God with the white man, or like, different color skin, other people who speak different languages him, and they all pray to the same God. And that's where he found his unity before he unfortunately got assassinated. And it's interesting, the reason why I bring this up is having a lot of compassion for the maturation of the soul, right? Because they kind of have to all go through those steps. And we can preach and talk about peace and love and finding unity, but there's some specific karmic blueprints, when I look at Malcolm X's, that he actually had to go through those steps, even though it was really intense for him, and maybe he was very stubborn, who knows what, but he had to make those steps and reach those levels of intensity, a high voltage, for him to move forward to finally find peace, in the unity that he found when he went to that pilgrimage. So I just wanted to share that. It's been like blowing my mind. Just like, wow, the steps of maturation. Like, we have to be very patient with ourselves, that maybe we're not getting it right now. But as you were saying, like, when we surrender to what that divine force is, and maybe it might force us into intense situations, who knows, just like what happened with Malcolm. But you eventually get there. So I just wanted to share that about that process of maturation, that it can't be forced. So
Yeah, I love that. That was well told, great storytelling, and really profound. Great messaging behind that, because we can't, we don't know where everybody is on their journey, right? We're judging people on a piece of their journey at the time, and we're saying this is them forever. This is that, like, why we can't trap people in time, because we're only trapping them in time in our minds. So the course is like, to see Christ consciousness as somebody is to see the perfection of that journey already completed. Of them being home already. And in seeing that, you see the end of your journey. And we all will end up in the classroom. We're all in the classroom of learning love. And it just looks a little bit different for everybody. In form, it looks different. And so, yeah, we practice seeing the perfection in all of it already. And the only way we can do that is to give it to the Holy Spirit that sees perfection already. You who see perfection, judge and decide for me. And then I'm free. I'm free of having to make this decision myself. I'm free of holding myself prisoner to whatever the situation is. Yeah, thank you, Samsara, for that. That was beautiful. Okay, who else we got? Oh, we're just about out of time. But wow, that was an epic session. Thank you all for being here and co-creating that. Anybody have last words before we wrap it up? Okay. Much love, everybody. Happy Sunday. See you all soon. Bye. Alexa, office lights off.
okay.